How do you find yourself going? You'd think. Hey, Lincoln. How you doing, man? Oh, man. Oh, dude. I'm so sorry about that. That's not good at all. I thought you were a young man or younger man. Hey, Jeepin. There we go. You guys are welcome to come up if you want. I'm not used to being an entertainer. If I don't have somebody to talk to, I'll start looking at coins. Well, I guess I'm gonna. I'll just talk to myself. You're the first one in here, Lincoln. So maybe they're just scared now that you're here. But we'll just have to look at some pretty nickels. Ugh. Yeah, I agree. I wish they just would have done 2 years of Buffaloes. At least they didn't screw with Jefferson's profile this year. I'm just surprised there's only a DDO and nothing on this reverse, because you would have thought this reverse would have caused all sorts of issues. It's the whole handshake thing. Yeah, it must be the ender here. All right. Well, hey, Lincoln, man, you take care of yourself. Well, don't seem to be finding much on these. Not that there's much to find to begin with, but a couple of those DDOs would be nice. Hey, Matt, how you doing, man? I'm actually way out of my league here looking at nickels. I'm doing pretty good. Just hanging out, not ready to go to bed yet, so. The only other person I saw on was Copportunity, and he was doing a $50 hunt, so I am certain that's where everyone else is. But I figured I'd hop on here and waste some time. Yeah, sounds like you need it. not to get too much of. Has our wonderful new government done anything to you guys yet? You guys still going strong? Gosh, awful. Well, my next word will tell you how I feel. They're all a bunch of idiots. That's horrible. Z Rich, what's up? I'm not looking at gold. And I'll be happy to stop looking at these crappy nickels if somebody wants to come up and chat. An entertainer. I am not. I was on Instagram the other night, Z Rich. My one of my Instagram people, I watch their stuff every once in a while, and he was having like a wheel, and you pay for spins, and you win gold. Of course, I won a whole 1/15 of a gram. So figure I'll make a pinhead when I get it. $20. So I was one of the funders of his wheel last night. Winning my $350 worth of gold for $20. But that's my usual luck. I'm one of those that wins something every now and then, but definitely not a consistent winner. Okay, that's enough. Trust me, I know. I could have won a gram, though. He had a gram, a half a gram, even a fifth of a gram would have been nice, but no. I won the booby prize. It's all right. We had free shipping. It's going to cost more to ship it to than it costs to buy the gold. He still made money off of me. No, not the booty, the booby. Booty prizes for pirates. I got less out of it than a booty call. I didn't even get a kiss. It's amazing how green these things look under my microscope. Can't see green on them at all. Looking at them with the naked eye. Yeah. The only known doubling on these is in here on the obverse. But this whole roll, I've had a lot of course, this one doesn't have it. But there's been a lot of machine doubling on America. Well, I can't tell if that's a split or just a... Almost looks like a split on the R there. Yeah, I'm looking for Dublin. Z-Rich. There is a double die obverse. Now I've got to look it up because that looks like it could be. And, oh. Okay, well, it's got a split in the E too, so I don't, well, now I'm going to have to break out the microscope. Bring the loop here. I'm not calling it yet. No, I don't think so. Yeah, we'll just put that aside and look at it again later, because dislike, schmislike. I think there's a group of people that do nothing but go around and just dislike all videos. I'm just starting to get into nickels, so this is a learning experience for me too, guys. The basic procedure is the same, but I find copper a little easier to look at. And I say that, then I pull out a BU roll of pennies, and it's like kind of like this. Can't see half of it. Takes me an hour of playing with lights to get the light right so I can see them. Basically, what I'm saying, Z Rich, is don't get old. Road Runner. What up, buddy? Yep. Want to roll at the big show. And there's this problem I have with OBW roles that tend to not like to let them stay in their roles. Even Nichols, apparently. They're really nice BU coins, but nothing fun and exciting. Yep. Hey, that's what I've been looking for. Don't seem to have found any. Excuse me. You can see they're really nice BU coins, but just nothing fun. Yep, really nice. But they are now out of their wrapper and in a nice roll, where they shall stay for 30 or 40 years until somebody else opens them. Where are my little stickers? Hmm. Anybody want to buy a roll of 04Ps? Let's see what else I can get here. Looked at those, looked at those. Don't think I looked at these, but those are that much fun. Trade you for 04Ss. Sorry, I had to blow my nose. I don't remember if I've looked through these yet or not. I'll let you look at that for a second. I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. Sorry about that. It's that old man when nature calls, you gotta listen. I used to think of it as a request, but it's now an order. All right, now let's look at something I'm sure we'll find some fun stuff in, and then it'll drive me nuts for months, trying to figure out what they are. Come on, Roadrunner. What's even funnier, I had a roll of 5090s. I've got 20 RPMs that I can't figure out which ones they are. Polish this one all to hell. Yeah, there's a lot of those this year. That's what I should do. Is I should have a. See, are these small date? The tube said large date, but I think these are small date, aren't they? Because that's 6. Let me investigate. Where's my pictures? I wish they would like save in some kind of order, but they don't. Are they in here? There it is. Yeah, these are definitely small date. The tube said large. I think. I don't know. I don't remember who I got this to, but I don't know if I got it from Chuck or not. But it's definitely a small date. Yeah, there it is in the R. I've gotten this bad habit of not checking the reverses. I hate not being able to zoom in. Hmm. Another filler 6. That 6 is thick. It's got the start of a die chip in it there. There's the die chip R again. Now, I can't believe I'm looking through 60Ds and have not found an RPM yet. R die chip comes up a lot. And look, he's got a goiter. Looks like the start of a die crack there across his head, too. And there's Phil B. Does that be a double eyelid? Interesting. Just a dye chip on the eye. Let's see what. Oops, it's a large date. There's not one listed, but that looks extremely interesting. So you're going to look at it this way. You can barely see it. But it is still there. I'll just put that one aside. See, it's not there, so it must be something. Yuck. There's a little bit of a clash there. Looks like they got most of it out, but a little bit there. Hey, Hector, how you doing, man? Haven't seen you in a while. Anything exciting going on? You see the extent of my excitement. Good. That's always important. Well, that's funny. I've seen the B with a fill, an R with a fill, and now the E with a fill. You guys do anything fun or just hang out? Oh, good grief. That's a good thing. Mine keep telling me they're just going to live here until we pass away and they'll take our house. Gosh, I hate moving. I moved myself so many times over the years. Yeah, I've got 3 daughters, so I can't quite do that yet. I guess I could, but figure I'll let them fight it out. I'll watch. Hopefully from upstairs, not downstairs. There's die chip on both sides at the moment there. Yeah. Like I said, I have daughters, so they all say that, but they'll be married and who knows where pretty soon. So yeah, it's. I've had 2, I've had 6, I've had 0, I've had. It's been all over the place tonight, but. Oh, that's good. That's good. Mine should be by now, but we were when house values soared, we decided to fix some things up and do some things with the, so took out, refinanced and took out cash to do that. So now we still got a couple years to go. But we took when we first bought the house, we took a 30-year, but we were paying bi-weekly, which basically cuts 10 years off, which means we would have paid it off this year if we hadn't refinanced. I really can't believe I'm halfway through this roll. Hey, 710, how you doing? Treasure Trolls. I'm going to do this, and if anybody wants to come up, I will stop looking at pennies to chat, but I am just not an entertainer of my own. Sounds like a story. Are they coming for you, Treasure Troll? Well, we expect that, Roadrunner. I have a feeling you're one of those ones that they've got the camera on the pole outside your house all the time. I cannot believe there have been no RPMs in this stupid roll. All right, Hector. I can understand if you don't want to see my made for radio face. can't tell. That looks like a small part of a clash mark they missed there, but it also looks like there's What's up, brother?
Not much, buddy. How you doing?
Not too bad.
Good. Those little BU coins you got somewhere?
Yep. Nice. The roll said it was 1960D large date, but they're all small date.
Oh my gosh. Really?
Yeah, but they're D's. They're not the P's.
All right.
The
But
P's.
still,
Yeah,
that's
the
that's
P's.
that's a pretty big difference between a small and
Yeah,
a small and a large date.
yeah. So it's either somebody that put the wrong cap on or didn't know what they were doing.
Yeah. Or had them side by side and then switched the caps.
Yeah.
But that's easy to do.
You know what, Roadrunner? Whenever I try to sell stuff like that, it just sits. The filled dies or the minor stuff like that.
Yeah, because everybody finds those.
Yeah. See, like that. See, there's a nice die chip there. I had found one of these, had a big die chip up there and then a die chip there. And I used to be like, ooh, that's cool. Let me sell that for 50 cents. But no, nobody would buy it.
I mostly find the punishment marks, on older and lower grade. I haven't found any really good repunch marks on BU or better coins.
Well, here, I'll put that on pause for a second.
Yeah, I hear that too. 710 people do give them away. As a matter of fact, that means with my son that moved out, I can use his room, make it into a I don't know, hobby room.
I have 20 1959D RPMs that I cannot attribute. My life depended upon it.
Really?
Yeah. And they're all BU. Yeah. Been sitting here on my desk with a big binder clip on the top of the flips for about
Have you
2
written to?
years.
Have you? I know Wexler's behind, but have you talked to him yet on email about him?
No, I haven't. They're, like I said, I can show you. There's so many
Uh huh.
from 59 and 60
Uh huh.
that figuring out which one is which, it's just a nightmare. I gotta try to. I can't zoom when I'm doing the live, so I gotta just get this down as far as I can. Let me. Of course, I pick one of the more minor ones, I guess, because
Oh, it's a shiny coin. That's getting better.
But I can't even. Can barely see that split on the bottom. Let me try to.
Okay, Roadrunner.
Hey, no problem, pizza guy. Like I said, I mean, he needs to put an offer. I mean, I'm doing what I would feel comfortable with, but he's got to tell me how much he's looking for him. I mean, there's got to be a. There you go. See the split in the bottom and the top?
Yeah, I do. There seems to be a line too on the back of the D too.
Yeah. So, like I said, I've got 20 of these damn things.
Huh. Not from the same roll.
Yeah.
All from the same roll. That's
All
cool.
from the same roll.
So it must have been a batch.
Yep.
I think the ones I found was the 75 Ds, I think. Penny. I haven't looked in the collection in a while. I gotta do an inventory. But I've got so much. Jeez.
That's my thing. By the time I thought about doing an inventory,
Mm-hmm.
it was to the point where it's going to take forever.
Well, I bought a bag of 5,000 wheat cents.
Holy grief.
Yeah. And I got, if I remember correctly, I found 7 Indian head pennies. I found a bunch of 10s. And when I'm saying 10, a bunch is like 10 or 20. 20s and 30s got less. 40s got too much. And 50s was the rest.
Yeah.
But I've separated them by date. I've separated them by mint mark. And now I'm going to separate them by year and roll them up. But I was thinking about getting 2 rolls and putting all the 40s in 2 rolls, all the 50s in 2 rolls. So it'll be from 1940 to 1949 in 1 roll if I can get them all fit. If not, they'll be in 2 rolls up to 58.
All right, pizza guy. That's rough. Like I said, I mean, if you can ask him what he's looking to get out of them, but just, I mean, I can keep throwing numbers, but there's got to be a point where, I'll be overpaying, and that's, yeah, I understand, and that's rough, especially with the time limit that you got. But like I said, I mean, I'd go up some, but it's just not going to be. I mean, what he's got there is retail is going to be probably. When I was looking at it, was probably close to about 350, 375. So, I mean, I don't think he's going to get that, but that's what I would think it's. If they were selling them out of a shop, that's what they'd be asking. That's rough. His wife got.
Even if you use the green sheet and check that price, they probably try to go a little lower than that, just a little bit.
Yeah, well, that's I looked on Numis Media,
Hmm.
and again, it's hard too because you don't have the coins in hand, so I can't really grade them.
Right.
But looking at between a AU58 and MS60, you know,
Any key dates in them?
there's a 28S Peace Dollar is really the only one that's
Stands out?
yeah.
Yeah.
So I mean that's $50 on the gray sheet, but
Man, I helped my son moved, and it took us. It was my two sister-in-laws, my wife, myself, and my two brother-in-laws, and we got a 15-foot U-Haul, and that was about. It took much more driving time to get from one town to the next and unloading than it
yeah,
was to load it up. I mean, he had one bedroom and some things in the garage and a few extra pieces of furniture in the extra bedroom. Now I've got three empty bedrooms now.
yeah. Like I said, see that pizza guy. That's the type of thing. There's nothing written on them. I don't know what VAM it would be, and then I'd have to look that up, see what the price of that is, because that's a whole different animal.
Yeah. Not only that, the condition and the VAM together.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, man, like I said, I've got 3 daughters, and the last one graduates high school this year.
Awesome.
I got one in college, and one who hasn't decided what the hell she wants to do yet.
As long as she's working.
Yeah, well,
Or
she
working at home.
she is, and she just graduated last year too, so it's not like
Oh, she's still young and then.
yeah, oh yeah.
See, mine are grown.
Well, mine are 17, 19, and 21.
Jeez, I remember those years. I don't want to go through them again.
Yep.
And so I just became a grandfather again
Did you?
last month.
Congrats.
Thank
Congrats.
you. Yeah, a little girl.
I have a younger sister,
Mm-hmm.
and she was the first girl on my dad's side of the family in like 12 generations.
Oh my gosh.
Then I have 3 of them.
Hey, it's your fault to say.
Yeah, I know it is. I know it is. My wife reminds me of that every day. But yeah, so I'm actually looking forward to them having some boys, hopefully.
And in my family, there's 5 siblings, and I'm the only one with a male.
Okay, great.
Mm-hmm. Oh, I take it back. I take it back. My younger sister's got a boy.
Yeah, my younger sister isn't married yet, and she's Not sure where she is, but I mean, I know where she is. She has a boyfriend. She lives with him, but they're not married, so I don't know what's going on with that. But he has a kid that she helps with, and that's another girl. And then my brother.
Hey, I gotta ask you a question since you brought it up. How does that child react to you since there's no blood between you? Or how do you? Because I've got a my daughter is the same situation. She's living with her boyfriend, and she has 3 kids, and she's the one that doesn't want to get married.
Yeah,
And he has an older son, and I don't know. I just can't get used to someone else because even she has problems with the other mother, the her boyfriend's ex,
yeah,
and that has to be issues, and so I mean he gets along really well with my daughter, and she says this is my house, these are the rules. If you don't like them, you can't come over unless you follow the rules, and they seem to work out. But I just feel awkward for the boy, between me
yeah.
and him because we're no blood.
Well, and again, this
It's not
she
his
was
fault.
young, she was young enough that she. I think she's a year younger than my youngest.
Mm-hmm.
So when they first got together, I mean, it was she could care less about me. She played with my daughters.
Mm-hmm.
Now that she's a little older, I mean, I see her, maybe 2 or 3 times a year. So it's not that difficult for me.
Mm-hmm.
Now, see, like I said, my brother never had kids, but when he married his second wife, she had a son, and he ended up adopting him.
Mm-hmm.
And he's my oldest daughter's age.
Mm-hmm.
But I mean, it was again, they got married, and he's always been around, and
Mm-hmm.
it's a lot different. So, um,
And I'm saying this because he feels awkward towards us because he's getting older. I think he's going to be 12 or 13 this year,
yeah,
and he seems to feel it himself, not so much because he's hardly ever around. He's only here. He's only around the house. Shoot, last time I saw him was a month ago, month and a half ago.
yeah. See, I think in general, it'll get better the more time he spends.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? Especially that young. I mean,
Yeah.
it's you'll probably see less of him in his teenage years.
Oh, yeah. Like my kid, our own kids. I mean,
Yeah,
geez.
well, yeah, exactly. But
Well, I'm a teacher, so I know how that goes with parents. That's the whole complaint I hear from parents. Well, what did my kid? Well, how's my kid like at school? And I said, well, you come to classroom, you can sit with him.
yeah,
Oh no, that embarrass him. Embarrass the hell out of him. Don't even worry about that
yeah,
because you'll never get a chance to get that back because once they're grown, it's like the old song from the Cats in the Cradle.
yeah,
I remember when I was in high school, and I heard the words and everything, going, nah, that won't happen to me. And
yeah,
sure enough, it is. It's true. What happens in that song?
yeah, oh yeah. Well, I think that's one of the benefits of me having the daughters,
Mm-hmm.
um, because it's none of them have been um, serial daters.
Mm-hmm.
So I haven't really had, there's a lot of drama,
Oh, gee.
a lot
You
of,
have, if only parents knew what drama the girls and guys go through in high school level. Oh my
I
God.
know, I know. Well, and it's
Parents
amazing.
have no idea. Parents have no idea.
And it's amazing. I mean, I think about when I was in high school, and we still had the angst and a lot of the same things, but just not to the
Hmm.
degree that they have it now.
It seems like it's more um, serious and more dependent.
Yeah. Well, it's like you're not cool unless you have a boyfriend or a girlfriend.
Oh, my old high school. Well, I'm in my 60s, so when I was in high school, I went to a private Catholic school, so we couldn't even date.
Yeah.
You know? And the year that I went to my first year of high school, the year before was one side was co-ed. I mean, I'm sorry, one side was male and the other side was female, and the teachers were all male on the male side and all females on the female side, and there were nuns and priests and brothers, you know.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
So that's talk about looking across the swimming pool and talking to somebody across, for the prom. It's ridiculous, you know. I mean, we laugh about it now, but geez, I mean, I even taught years in middle school, and some of the serious issues that came up during those years, I'm going, oh my Lord,
Well, see,
this doesn't even happen. That doesn't even happen when you're adults,
no,
but it happens when they're 13.
that's what's changed so much is what
Yeah,
we went through in high school. Kids are going through now in 6th, 7th, and 8th grade.
right.
And as much as high school students aren't up for the task of dealing with it,
Hmm.
junior high kids definitely aren't.
Well, I'll give you a good example. I was covering for another class. It was my down period, and they called me up and asked me if I wouldn't mind covering another class because I guess the teacher got sick or had an emergency or something. And so I walked in, and it was just a teacher's aide, and I was trying to get them back to work, and this kid's counting his money, and all of a sudden I heard a coin drop on the desk. You know how silver sounds when it hits a hard surface.
Yeah.
I said, what are you doing? I said, you're supposed to be doing your assignment. Yeah, but I'm counting my money. He says, well, I know that. You have a silver quarter there. He goes, what do you mean? Your quarter is 90% silver. I don't understand. You're kidding me. That means that if you had 100 pennies and 90 of them are a certain type of metal and the other metal is different, that is 90%. And I said, what are you doing counting your money during the middle of class and you're supposed to be doing your assignment? And this kid's only like, I would swear to you, is 15. He said, I have to get after school. I have to, uh, my girlfriend just called me and said I needed to pick up a gallon. I said, how old are you? He goes, 15. And you have a baby? And it didn't dawn on me like, oh yeah, nowadays that's not an unusual issue, but here's what caught my thought. It was his second baby.
Okay, grief.
Yes, his first baby he became a father after 13, and now he's a father at 15. Again, same girl, which is a blessing in itself.
Well, yeah,
And
I'm about to say
yeah,
that's the unusual part.
yeah. And so I told him, do you know that? I looked at the silver price that day for a spot, and I told him, do you know that quarter's worth $3.20? He goes, what? This is a quarter. Remember I told you it's silver? I said, well, yeah. Okay, you know what gold is, right? Well, yeah. I got a gold cap, and he showed me his gold cap on his tooth, and I said, yeah, but that's not 90% gold because it's soft. It would be soft and it'd be too easy to fall out. So I started telling him about it and talked more about it, and I showed him my website on my phone and blah blah this and that, and he was worried about money, And he says, and he goes, didn't mean to tell me this is worth $3 a coin? He goes, yeah, from 1964 down, all those are 90% silver. Now, if it's worn, it's going to be way less, so it might not be this price. But for the general notion, and if it's a full weighted quarter, it's worth $3. And he goes, well, how much is that when you have two rolls of it? I said, what? You have two rolls at home? He goes, yeah. Okay, I'll tell you what. I'll give you $3 for that quarter if you can give me how much you have and $3 because it was a math class, so I gave him a math problem. You tell me how much in silver value you have in those two rolls of quarters, and I tried to tell him how many quarters are in the roll. He figured it out, told me later, and I bought it for $5. I gave him $5 for the quarter. And and then the next day he comes back and says, "What are these silver certificates worth?"
Okay, grief.
No, kids are cash only. Most of them do not have a debit card. They don't have a credit card because they can't use credit cards. They can't sign for them unless they're using their parents. But even then, retailers are not supposed to pick up on the credit cards. But it was funny. But when I was talking to one kid, the next kid in the same class, I didn't know he was listening. He come over and brought me a Morgan dollar. I wanted to know how much that was worth.
Hmm.
Then I've had a lot of conversations with a lot of students that didn't know that coins were that valuable just in the silver content. Because they'll say their grandpa gave them one, or they got a buffalo nickel or an Indian head, you know. And man, I got some attention. Some of those kids, they learned something at least. I even told them about the Spirit Buffalo nickel, the 2005 D.
Yeah.
They didn't believe me, so I said, okay, you guys have a chance to take out your phones and do a search, and they did, and they found it, and they said, wow, $1,200 for a nickel, that's crazy. I said,
Yeah.
information is power. You guys are learning a lot less.
Well, and what's amazing is they spend so much time on the damn internet anyway. You'd think they'd learn more, but they're not. They're not trying to learn when they're doing that. They're
I know 710. Yes, I'll be 65 this year. 710 is saying there's the Hector ain't no way you're 60. No, I'm 65 at the end of the year. And then he says, my cousin had 3 kids before her 15th birthday. Oh my God. 5 by the time she was 19. 11 at 30? Man. I know my mom just passed away last month, and we counted all our sisters and brothers, and there's 2 sisters and no, I'm sorry. There's 2 brothers and 9 sisters. And 2 passed away already. Those days there were a lot of kids.
yeah. My grandfather, my mom's dad,
Hmm.
was one of 12, 12 or 15, something like that.
Well, I was doing a genealogy on my family, ancestry.com,
Yeah, yeah.
and only one sister did not marry of my dad's. And on my mom's side, one sister, she died at 2, so she wasn't old enough to have children. But just round figure, if every and I'm gonna tell you, some of my dad's sisters had 9 kids or 11 kids, but the average is 5. So I just said, okay, 5 times 16 is 80 on one side, and 5 times 14 was 70. So I have 180, 176 roughly first cousins.
Good grief.
Yeah. And I haven't met them all because some of them died before. See, my dad's older sister was born in 1911, so most of my cousins, I they're in their would have been in their 80s if they lived long enough.
Look at the dye chips on this thing.
Yeah, I was noticing that right there in the bottom of the foundation.
Yeah,
Right there. Yeah, that's a huge one.
I noticed the big. Well, there was a big one, all the way down the side of this, and then that one
How's the
there.
other side look like?
Well, the other side's perfectly fine,
Yeah, yeah.
and it's a really nice. The fields are nice, but
Well,
bam,
that one.
bam.
I put that in a 2x2
Yep,
and just at the side.
yep. That's a
Oh,
nice one.
Did I see something there on the E?
Let's look.
That kind of marking. What is that?
Where?
Right across from the E, on the bottom of the E. So it's like a mark or some kind. Yeah,
No, I think it was just the.
yeah. This. It's just the angle of light.
Yep.
Yeah, yeah. Sometimes you want to see something, like, oh God,
Oh no. There have been times where I've spent hours looking at a penny, going, "I know it's there. I know it's there," and I put it away, and like 2 days later, go back to look at it. It's not there.
One time I did a coin and the FG was missing.
Yeah.
I go, what the heck? This is great. So I said, okay, I'm gonna put it aside, and then I looked at it later, and it was just the way the light hit it. I just couldn't believe it. I thought I found something. Hey D, where you at? And what time zone are you in?
Oh, I'm in Florida, bro.
Jeez, you're 3:30 in the morning over there? Oh my God.
Let's see. Yeah, it's 3:30.
Wow. I'm over here in California. I was so tired. It was hot today, and well, moving upstairs, moving downstairs. You you do have a workup, especially when you put a
Oh yeah.
mattress and three dressers and clothes, and we kept moving up, and it was getting hot. And then I got home, and I didn't even want to eat because I was so tired. So I was watching the news. Didn't finish watching the news. Fell asleep. I'm out. That's why I'm awake right now.
Yeah, I'm one of those. If I
Insomniacs.
don't, if well, kinda. If
Yeah,
I
same
don't
here.
go to bed, I have to force myself.
My problem was when I started coins. I started getting into it, and now that I took everything apart because my son is moving, so I'm going to use that room for a while, and I'm going to order a desk, a chair, all the stuff, and then organize it so that I can use it a lot more efficiently.
Yeah,
But sometimes when I go through coins, I'll have a box and I'll do the whole box, and then I'll separate them by date and by mint mark and whatever, and lately since I haven't been able to go to the bank and get them because my bank does says there's a shortage, but yet I go to my credit union, no problem. Arkansas, is that where you are? 710. Man, I drove my son to Springfield, Missouri. He got a job, so we drove from Central California down to the desert, Mojave, Arizona, New Mexico, Texas, Oklahoma, Arkansas, and man, talk about a drive. Whew. Never been to Florida.
it's a lot like California.
Mm, well, you guys have the Everglades, and you guys have the ocean on both sides.
Yeah,
We have deserts, we have mountains, we have
yeah. We don't have the different.
yeah.
When
We
we
have, we have four regions. We have the Delta waterway, we have the West Coast, and then we have the Southern Desert, and then we have the mountains on the east side.
yeah,
So it's like you can go to the desert, go to the mountains, go to the ocean, go to the sea. In fact, you can drive a boat from not more than 50 miles from here, and I can drive my boat to the channels and all the delta and go through San Francisco and go to the ocean.
Yeah. Yeah. I've only been to California once, and I was in San Diego.
Ooh, nice area.
Yeah, it was beautiful.
I've been to Baltimore. I've been to Washington D.C. Um, where else have I been? Missouri, Nevada, Mexico, Hawaii. I plan to go to Alaska one of these days.
I haven't been to the northernmost Midwest states,
Mm-hmm.
and I haven't been to the northernmost New England states, and I haven't been to Alaska and Hawaii, but I've been all over the country.
Yeah, I haven't been like I said, I've been California, Nevada, Colorado, but just crossing it, not
Oh,
any length of time. But I haven't been through Louisiana, Alabama, Georgia, like that area, North Carolina, South Carolina. That's the region I like to go through. But my wife really wants to go up to New Lincoln area. She wants to go through the fall when the leaves change.
yeah,
She wants to go see that.
yeah, yeah. I've been in Vermont when the leaves were changing. I was born in Indiana, lived in North Carolina, and then I've been in Florida for the majority of my life.
Uh-huh.
But had family in Ohio, so we go visit them. I've been all over the South and the East Coast up through Massachusetts is the northernmost I've been, and then New York, of course, and Pennsylvania, and went and
My
saw.
dad tells my dad tells me when he was alive that we visited Chicago when I was very young. I can't remember it, so I can't say that I visited it.
Yeah,
And then to Fort Benning. One of my uncles was training. He was a military career officer,
yeah.
and
Okay, that's Georgia.
yeah, but I don't remember it. I was just way too small, so I can't say that I visited because I can't remember it.
Yeah, yeah. I actually for work I went to Columbus, Georgia, which is right outside Fort Benning.
Uh-huh.
Stayed there for about a month.
I used to work for Target stores, and I was helping them train and build management stores. And I spent 4 months in Phoenix, Arizona, but I was actually staying in Chandler, Arizona, which is
Yeah,
a suburb of Phoenix, and built a few stores in there. Went back a few times, but man, the first day I was in Phoenix, we were at Sky Harbor Airport, and we flew in, and we were all in three-piece suits. They didn't tell us, to dress down, and
yeah,
so we get there 7:30 in the morning because we took a 5 o'clock airline flight from San Jose. So it took us only 2 hours to get there. And so at 7:30 in the morning, we get off the plane, and it's 90 degrees in the morning at 7:30 with 90% humidity. They didn't tell us it was monsoon season. Jeez.
yeah. Well, see, that's the worst part about from about where I am north in Florida is the humidity. When you're on the ocean either side, you get enough of a breeze.
Right.
But like the Everglades and the middle of the state, straight up to the middle of the state, it's just horrendous.
There's a guy who does gator hunting in Florida,
Yeah.
and he's always wearing shorts and cut off shirts and
Oh yeah.
and and I can see why now. I mean, you
Oh
don't
yeah.
dress up,
No.
go living in that area.
Nope. I
I
know
know
it's
we
cold.
were.
I know it's cold when I have to put socks on,
Oh yeah.
and that's like
Um,
3 times a year.
do you know where McAllen, Texas is at?
Yeah.
we were there for I coached sports, and my daughter was on the team, and my goddaughter, who is also my niece, she was the pitcher, and my daughter was the catcher. But we took them to the ASA Nationals for
Yeah.
fast pitch, 16 and under, and we went to Arizona. I mean to Texas, and the guy says, "Hey, why don't you stay with us at the Armory?" So we stayed at the mechanized unit for the 25th Infantry,
Well, that's
and
cool.
yeah, so we stayed with him because one of the girls on our team, that was his niece. So he said, well, we didn't have the money funds for like hotels for all the girls. So he said, why don't you stay with us? And the barracks are empty, and I could get permission. He did. But man, the first night we were there, it was like 90% humidity at 7:30 at night, and there was no breeze. You took a shower and you came out like you're still wet.
Yeah, that's where you learn to take cold showers.
Yeah, a lot of them.
Yeah.
Hawaii was kind of fun, but uh, we were at Dolly Parton's restaurant in Oahu, Honolulu, and we had just got across the street and went to, hey, there's a Home Depot. We can get some stuff so we can get some stuff, materials, because my brother-in-law was fixing his house and we wanted to give him some home stuff,
Yeah.
fixing his place up. And as soon as we crossed the street, it started raining, and we looked back and the sun's still there and there's no rain across the street. I thought that was weird. So then we had Dolly Parton's restaurant. The food was good, not too bad. A little expensive though. Jeez, but
Yeah.
that's expected with everything shipped over there.
Yeah. Well, that was the beauty of when we moved to Florida. We moved to West Palm Beach, and didn't have most people didn't have garages on the older houses. It was just a carport.
Uh-huh.
My favorite thing was to sit on the carport, and you could literally set your watch 3 o'clock every day if a thunderstorm came off the ocean.
Oh,
And sitting there, and you'd sit there, and the best part was watching it rain on one side of the street and counting, timing how long it took to get to the other side of the street.
oh, that reminds me. When you said thunderstorms, we were in Scottsdale, and we're visiting one of our division managers' home, and the Scottsdale kind of looks over Phoenix. It looks down over the hills, and we're pretty. I wouldn't say like 5,000, 10,000 feet. It was, but we were up there,
Yeah.
and we're looking through his backyard, and it was a nice breeze coming up. It was still hot. It was still hot, but it was a nice breeze. All of a sudden, he says, "We better get inside pretty soon." He goes, "Why?" Well, see those light, flashing lights? That's thunder. And as they got closer to us, the louder it got, and the closer it looked like it was right above us. The sound and the light was like really bright, and it scared the crap out of us because we never seen lightning that thunderous, and you can feel every one of them. And then
Yeah.
the lights would flicker because the vibrations of the thunder would disconnect the transponders. It was weird. We never seen anything like that in my life, but it was scary. I mean, I never heard thunder that bad.
Yeah.
How often do you go through coins?
Every day.
Really? Yeah, I had, well, today I didn't because I helped my son move. But I still got to clean up everything. I got everything piled up in a big old box, all in cups, all in trays and tubes, and I got to start organizing again so I can, separate my. Well, I've got albums now of my dollar bills now, but I need to organize this again now that I got my house back.
Yeah. Well, that's my coin room is also our office / computer room, and it's what used to be a dining room,
Uh,
but we never used it, so we got rid of the table and made it an office. But My wife's usually on the computer in the morning, and I'm on it at night.
I've got well, we just cleaned up. Oh, that's another thing. When I help clean out I have four brother-in-laws and my wife, and we're cleaning out their parents' house, to get ready to sell and get rid of all the things that is no longer necessary in the house because there's no one there. And we found coins and purses and jackets, pants, and we found them in drawers and behind bookcases and books. We even found bills inside of the books.
Oh, good grief.
Yeah. And so they all gave me the money to go through it. And I told them what was valuable. I even found a 1903 English penny.
Oh, good grief.
Yeah. And a few other foreign coins that my wife brought back when she went to Europe when she was in high school. And so I'm going through them. So I decided the ballpark, I thought I'd give it, a count. It came out to $374 and change.
Oh, good grief.
Yeah. I mean, by the time I put them in jars, I said, "No, this is ridiculous. You guys know these are all copper pennies. These are not all before, before let's see, most of them were before 70s. None of them over 80s.
Yeah.
And
Oh.
yeah, I mean, one drawer. I swear to you, we took it out, and there was tools in there, but I took out $4 just in pennies that were in the bottom drawer. I think the best one I found was a 1936S, but it was torn up.
Yeah. Somebody just threw their change in the drawers.
My grandparents' house still exists. It's still up.
Yeah.
The house was built in 1900, and I would like to go by like a metal detector, go find whatever's
Oh,
they
yeah.
dropped.
Yeah, that's my I don't know who owns it now. Might not even be in the family anymore, but my the grandfather saying they had like 12 brothers and sisters. They were on a farm, and I remember going to that farm, and I could just that it was a late 1800s house. I would love to go just metal detect around that thing.
Oh yeah. Well, you guys have the advantage of all the shipwrecks off of the Florida shore.
Well, this house is in West Virginia.
Oh, I know, but I mean, where you're living now.
Yeah, yeah, but I've never done it, but from what I've seen and heard, it's very rare to find anything good on the beach. That
years and years ago, that guy named Fisher from Florida.
Oh yeah,
who found that Tosha.
Yep.
Well,
they're still pulling stuff.
One of the jewelry shops here in the Central Valley in Fresno, they had an exhibit of the gold bars and gold coins that they were selling. And so I took my son because he was into pirates, at that time.
Yeah, yeah.
So I took him to it, and we started looking at it was a nice display. They had an armed guard there because I think it was something like $1 million just in what was displayed. And off to the side, they were selling musket balls for $25 a piece.
Jeez.
I'm going, dang. And it's just lead. But it was just the fact that it was, attached to the shipwreck.
From the wreck, yeah.
Yeah. But the reason why I took them there was because a lot of the Spanish gold was minted in Mexico City.
Yeah.
And it was 1536 when that mint was established for the King of Spain, or for the King of Spain, I should say. So that's the oldest mint on the North American continent. I try to get my son interested in it, but he never really gravitated to the coins. He was more interested in swords and pirates.
Yeah, my oldest daughter is the only one that shows any interest, and I think it's just to make me happy.
Yeah. Oh, my daughter does this something now. She's more into stocks and bonds and trading and all that stuff.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Yes. And she's got a pretty good sizable account. And so I tell her about, every once in a while, her boyfriend's into stacking silver. He just bought, before the price went up to 27, he bought something like 40 ounces of
Yeah.
silver. But he likes buying that ASE's proof specials.
Oh
The
yeah, yeah,
he's got one that's worth $800. It's off of what I see in retail. Uh, the Jim Bullion, or I'm sorry, JM Bullion.
yeah. The only thing like that I ever owned was one of those reverse proofs.
Oh yeah,
I sold that immediately. Turned $65 into $1,500.
that's nice.
That was a nice little profit margin there.
Yeah, I'm trying to remember. Rich Kelly, he goes through nickels and pennies, and he makes a sizable, and he sells them back
Yeah,
to the coin dealer. He makes some good choices.
yeah.
I've seen some
He's got
coins.
some nice old coins.
Oh yeah, but he's been doing it consistently for 50 years.
Yeah, that's what the thing that drives me nuts more than anything else is. I dabbled in it when I was younger,
Uh-huh.
but never got really into it. But even back then, if I would have just bought a couple rolls of pennies every year and stuck them away,
Uh-huh.
well then I worked in hotels and I managed the front office part of hotels. So do you know how many bills and coins went through my hand every single day from
Uh,
from 1993 until 2013?
I'm gonna top you on that one. Grocery store. I was a grocery manager since I was 19, and that was 1976. And I
Yeah,
worked for Target stores in the front office. I was a customer service manager. I took care of all the deposits, and from 1976 to 1999,
yeah,
almost 25 years. And I didn't like counting money because it would count, like I mean, even during Christmas, I was counting up to 1.5 million a day.
yeah, oh yeah,
And I would look at the dollar bills like, oh, I don't want to. I just got tired and sick of just looking at money. My hands always got dirty from counting all the change and the coin, the verifying deposits, verifying the beginning safe and ending safe day, and reconciling deposits for the week, and then verifying when there's a mistake. We had to count. If it was anything short of $10, we had to count the whole thing over again. Oh, I hated money.
yeah, yeah. I worked in accounting for a while, but I was the credit manager, so I didn't have to deal so much with the cash. I just had to collect it. But all those years on the front desk, I think of all the opportunities for, like 2009. I could have had boxes and boxes of
Oh
2009
yeah,
nickels
yeah.
that now are selling for $5 a piece.
Hey, Matt 83, how you doing?
Matt's back.
Sometimes I'd wish. Oh, you know what happened one time? The 80s, and he taking care of his mom, but he was an alcoholic, poor guy, and he'd come in and he'd buy a bottle of Thunderbird, little, I don't know, dollar Thunderbird back in the 70s, and it was like 87 cents for a little bottle, and he'd buy one every day. And then when I would see him more than one day, he came in one time and gave me for each one. I said, "Why don't you just buy a gallon of it? You don't have to make trips." But for some reason, he just used Morgan dollars to buy his
Okay.
Thunder. Yeah, and one peace dollar, one 1923 peace dollar. It was really beat up, but it was still in Morgan. I mean, still a peace dollar.
Yeah. That was the first coin that got me started. My great grandfather handed me a 1922 peace dollar.
Wow. My grandfather got me started. Well, my dad got me really, but my grandfather knew that I collected coins because I was a Boy Scout and I wanted to get my merit badge in coin collecting. And he heard that I did, so he gives me a silver peso, an 1893 silver peso.
Wow.
Oh, Matt's first night home. Oh, I had to take care of his girlfriend for a while. But don't tell us that. We all take care of our girlfriends or wives. So what do you think about the price of silver?
The price of silver doesn't bother me. It's the freaking premium they're charging on everything.
You know why?
Because they
They're
can.
speculating. They're speculating that whatever money that they're getting now for the premium is not going to be the price in retail in the future. I don't, especially when the Mint did it. When the Mint went from $37 for an ASC up to $67,
Yeah.
$83, that was way too much.
Yeah.
That's being greedy.
Well, but if you notice, it's kind of gone up and down for the past
Right.
year. But even when it came down, they didn't lower their premiums very much. They kept them elevated.
Well, even the guy that I talked to at the coin shop, he even says, I only charge $2 or $3 above spot. And he says when I put the premium up like the regular guys online do, I says I don't get it. I don't get the price so I go back to and I sell a lot more of them than going up to whatever premium they're selling it online. He tries to sell it that way, and I'm not. I have to tell you that he does it on better coins, better condition coins.
Yeah.
But still, it's like 2 or 3 times the amount. There's a place that I got to tell you the story. I found a 1922 no D at a antique store.
Good grief.
Yeah, and they wanted $20 for it. The funny thing about it is, the next box, I found 4 of them.
Oh, good grief.
Yeah, and I didn't have the money at the time, and I didn't say nothing. But there's a box that's dated 1909 to 1919. Another box is dated from 1920 to 1940. I'm gonna go back and buy the whole box.
Good grief. That's just.
But antique stores have a lot of coins. They're not aware of what the values are.
Yeah. Well, it's finding the right. Well, pawn shops do the same thing.
Yeah.
Because a lot of times they'll just, especially pennies, they just, if it's not graded, they'll have no idea.
Well, one guy told me if it ain't slabbed, I'm not buying them.
If it's in a slab, they're not buying it.
No, if it's not in a slab, I mean, in other words, he'd rather see one graded.
Yeah.
But a lot of those pawn shops, all they're looking for is the 2 power tools, generators, chainsaws. It's like most of them that I go to in my area are mostly equipment. Guitars, large screen TVs, computers, laptops.
Yeah. Well, I feel that silver has been undervalued for way too long.
Oh yeah.
But that's because of people with a lot more say in the industry than us. But 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 I think, if you look at the past 10 years, I mean, it's stayed relatively flat. I mean, 15 to $40. I mean, that's
Right. Yeah, the peak was $50.
so, but it used to, like I said, the premiums used to go up and down with the spot price, but now they're acting like it's worth more than it is.
But do you think it's like the stock exchange, or when you buy stocks, people are buying and selling on
Yeah.
a daily basis? I think they're doing the same thing with silver just to make a profit off of the $2 or $3 they can make off of
Yeah. Well, that's what it
whatever,
is. It's these people that are going out and buying huge amounts of it.
and make the short on each ounce rather than the long on
Correct.
the large amount. Yeah.
But the problem is when the dealers see that, then they throw it, the little guy stacker is the one that ends up paying outrageous amounts of money.
Right. Well, that's the same thing that's happening right now in the investigation with GameStop when they everybody thought it was going to be a short and the company was going to fail. All of a sudden, these people got together, which was the little guy this time.
Yeah,
Boy, you had to see that all the hedge funds and everybody else was pissed off because they played a little game on him.
which is hilarious.
Well, I mean, the system is not made for the little people, and I mean people that may work for a living, and even if they make a good living, the system is not made for them or for us, I should say.
Nope, not at all.
I mean, I'm getting comfortable in what I'm making right now, but the thing is that it's harder and harder because now that I don't have a house to pay for, I don't have dependents. My taxes are going up. Why don't you say up, just paying more?
Just losing one child, I got half what I got last year in a refund.
Oh, jeez. Are they still living with you though? I mean, if they're all three living with you, you should be able to get dependent on them as long as they're going to school. Or was it to 26 is the insurance part?
Yeah, but the one that's 19 and not in school
Oh,
has to file her own because of how much she makes.
I see. Oh, charge her rent.
Well, and
Charge.
and that's already been discussed.
I mean, let me guess. She's not paying it.
Of course not. Well, and what I said was, and this might have to be a talk with all of them because I tell you, we pay almost $7,000 a year in auto insurance.
Wow. I got 7 cars. I don't pay that much.
Well, we've only got 3 cars, but
Oh shoot. Oh, that's right. They're under
five,
25
but 5 drivers.
and under 25 too.
Yep, 3 of them under 25,
Oh, jeez.
and 2 of those 3 have had accidents.
That would do it. That would do it.
So it's almost to the point. But the other thing is, all the cars are in me or my wife's name.
Oh, well, it would be higher if it was in their name.
Exactly.
Yeah.
But so we can't really tell them they have to pay insurance. I don't know how that would work. I don't know if they could get insurance on a car that they don't own.
They can, but they'll be paying a higher premium,
Yeah.
more than they would be paying. Well, let's see. When my son turned 25, his insurance went down, even though, but we carried him through our insurance. That's the same thing. You know, Kids are expensive after 18.
Oh yeah.
Um, I told my son he had to pay for his insurance because it was almost like, if I remember correctly, $1,700 a year for him. So he paid his own insurance. I mean, the car was under our name, but he paid insurance.
Yeah. Yeah.
It almost have to be nowadays. Jeez. And then what about the insurances that you pay by how much you drive by mile?
I don't know. I don't. I've never really looked into it. Because it's Florida has so many rules and um, you know no fault and all this kind of crap that
Yeah.
we got to make sure we're covered. And that's so I haven't looked into the.
Well, there's one thing that I've been looking into is more articles, because I turned 64 last December, but I've been getting AARP since I was 55. And so I didn't really read the articles. I got the magazine, complimentary magazine.
Yeah, yeah,
But some of the things that they offer are a lot cheaper,
yeah,
you know, and they tell you which insurances are better, what finances are best, what your tax advantages are. I mean, just I've been reading more on the financial pages, about certain things. But it does get expensive. I mean, I'm supposed to retire this year, um,
yeah.
but I think I'm going to get my retirement from teaching and then live on that for a while until um, probably wait until next April to get my Social Security. Because the one thing about Social Security is that if you're a teacher, good old Reagan signed a bill called the Windfall Elimination Provision, which meant that if you're a teacher and you paid into the system, you only get 40% of your original amount that you turned to 66.
Yeah. Well, at this point I'm on disability,
Uh-huh.
so I'm not looking forward to what happens when I get to retirement age because I haven't looked into it yet. I need to, but I don't know if they continue with the same rate or if it goes to a different one. But
You can go on socialsecurity.gov and you can sign up for my account and you can do it that way and you can do
yeah,
an estimate.
oh, it'll show you an estimate.
Yeah. Yeah, they told me that if I wait until I'm 70, which my wife says no way because you might die between now and 70. And that was a joke, of course.
Yeah,
When she says it. Um, but if I wait until I'm 70, I'll get $2,300 a month and no exclusion because I waited that long.
yeah,
But if I do it now, it's only going to be, I don't know, full benefit is going to be $1,500 a month,
yeah.
which is okay, but I'd fall under that windfall elimination provision,
So you
which
don't.
means I get 40% of that, which is about $600 instead of 1,500. So I'm weighing my options, even though I spent 25 years working in retail.
Yeah, I spent 20 years working in hotels. Had a nice 401k that when I couldn't work anymore, that ended up spending it all until the disability was approved,
Mm.
which was one of the stupidest things I've ever gone through.
Oh, I can tell you worse. Mainly because of my parents, being elderly.
Yeah,
And Dad was a combat vet, World War II. and my mom worked at home, and she was, our mom. She stayed home with us, the old-fashioned way of, dad goes to work, mom, stays home with the
Yeah.
kids.
Yeah.
And the one thing I found out is that people, especially women, uh, my mom's generation, and my godmother, who was the same age as my mom, and most of my aunts that are on my dad's side of the family, uh, because their husbands only worked and they didn't, their Social Security was cut like to a third.
Oh yeah.
And my dad was getting $1,800 from Social Security. My mom was getting $973 from her Social Security because she got a part of it from my dad's, because she was uh, married, but she didn't, work in the public. And so my dad passed away, she got cut off from VA benefits. She got cut off his disability. His Social Security was cut down 1,800 down to 973. That included her Social Security. And
That's
then when she got
insane.
sick, she couldn't afford to. She had to have no property. She had no money so that she can get Medicaid or Medicare, so that she can get. So she had to live with us, for a while.
Yeah.
And to me, it's like, man, if I could write a book about not taking care of our people, jeez. And the other thing too, I worked for the census last year. Tell me about interviewing people who didn't have much. Oh shit.
Yeah.
And I mean, I went from, working in really nice areas, of the town and right down to Skid Row. Homeless, I was counting people at the shelters, women's battered shelters and like that. I mean, I saw the worst of the worst of America. Jeez.
Yeah. I'm a firm believer in Jesus's words of give unto Caesar what's Caesar's. And,
Right.
the government isn't supposed to take care of everyone. The people they should be taking care of are the elderly that can't take care of themselves.
Well, yeah, remember the Ten Commandments, thou shalt not steal. I've seen things in court for probate that, you see these people, work all their lives and all of a sudden they're fighting over, and then the lawyers get a 4% of the first 100,000, and then the second 100,000 they get 3%, and then the rest is divided by 5 siblings. It's
Yeah.
not a thing. But yeah, I understand what you're saying. The thing is also is I remember, am I my brother's keeper?
Yeah. Well, but does that say to give it to the government to let them take care of your brother?
Rather than the corporate to give anything more of a
Well, yeah,
raise.
I'm talking about corporate, and
Yeah,
this is to me, it's another sign of the lack of,
humanity.
yeah, you know,
Yeah.
where
See,
did the poor used to go? The poor used to go to churches.
I
Churches,
mean, there's an innate will for every person to say, okay, we help the people who really need it, not the people who will benefit from it. Then there's a difference. I worked in corporate management, and I worked also as a shop steward, for Teamsters and United Food Workers. And I went through the negotiations with being a manager and also being uh, a shop steward, and I saw how the game was played on both sides.
oh yeah,
It's not helping out. Like right now, no one's had a raise, and I remember when I was making $1.75 an hour, as a box boy in
yeah,
1974. When I went to work for the union as a grocery box boy, same job. And I was making $5 an hour. Plus, I was getting a pension. Plus, I was getting medical, dental. and stock options.
And how
And
much?
man, I was making only $3 less than my dad. And the thing is, when my dad was making $8.23 an hour, he worked that job for 23 years, making boxes for fruit. And he bought a house, bought a ranch, built a house, put a $25,000 barn, put five of us through 8 years of Catholic private school, four of us through college, paid his house off, paid his ranch off, paid his house off, all on $8 an hour.
Oh yeah.
Tell me how that's fair nowadays. Not even
Well,
at 7.75 an hour.
yeah,
I'm sorry.
but that's the thing. At 8.23 an hour back then, he was making a good wage,
Right.
and by then, and take this from me, I'm playing devil's advocate here,
Uh-huh.
but then the unions giving the box boy $7.50 an hour. What do you think
Uh-huh.
happens to the cost of goods?
But let's put it this way: being the devil's advocate, when most of the corporations at that time was making about the same amount of percentage of expenditures. When I went to build stores for my company, we got tax free for 10 years to build a store there or stores. And then one of the selling points was if we were going to not pay taxes, guess who was paying the tax? The employees and the customers, because
Yeah,
they were paying sales
well,
tax.
of course.
The burden was placed on the worker.
Well,
And
but
used
that
to be when people started businesses, even small businesses right now, when you start a business, there's no tax advantages. Microsoft, Walmart, they walk in and there's tax-free zones. They'll say, I mean, they make money on the signature of building a store.
because the
Millions.
people that live there want them to have that store there, which
Yeah,
pushes the people in charge that make those decisions to want to bring the store there, and will do what they can. Now see, like, look at what happened in New York with the Amazon that wanted to
right.
move to New York.
And look what
And
happened
yeah,
in Texas, where
yeah,
they said we don't want no regulation, we don't want no government. And look what happened in Texas with that ERCOT. I think it's called ERCOT.
I don't
They
know.
didn't want no government standards, and they weren't rising. Now the Walker, the governor of Texas, is trying to blame that entity, but the people of Texas wanted no government interference.
Yeah,
And look what happened.
well, that's the
Now you got people paying $17,000 for an electric bill.
yeah, well, exactly.
So there's a two-edged sword to that. One is good, one is bad.
Well,
So
it's this, again, the federal government, in my view, should have very little to do with our day-to-day lives. They're here to protect us, and they're here to make sure that,
but they're not doing that either. I mean, when they have a bounty on my students that are in Afghanistan, my supposedly son-in-law, uh, he's only back a few years from Afghanistan.
yeah,
He tells you stories what our government has been doing since we've been there for 20 years.
yeah. Well, why are we still there?
Exactly.
Why are we still there? That we should have been,
Well, I have more of a negative issue with government because I grew up at a time where, well, I was old enough for Vietnam, but my number didn't get called. I was a junior in '73, and I remember telling one of my best friends that I signed up for the draft, and he goes, "You're an idiot. You are stupid." And I'm going, dude, my dad's all his family, all his brothers, all in the military. My grandfather in World War One. All my cousins, and they were older in Korea and Vietnam. And I got students now telling me all the stuff that's going on in Afghanistan, Kuwait, wherever they're stationed at. I see them when they come back, and I'm going, dang, is that what's going on? My son-in-law told me that he was guarding um, piles and pallets of money in a bank.
Oh yeah, that's
So,
again, and this started with Vietnam, where we don't fight wars anymore. We fight battles, and then we try to pay everybody off.
it's called ideology.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've been through this discussion too because I grew up at a time where you don't trust anybody over 30. And I'm the old guys from like I remember, make peace, make love, I mean,
Yeah.
it was that kind of attitude. But when you said, "Hey, brother," it meant that. Peace meant peace, not piece of this or piece of that.
Yeah. Well, yeah.
And I think we're losing. There's a famous quote where somebody says, "If you watch my back, I'll watch yours. But if you stab me in the back, I don't have no chance for regression."
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, I've seen politics since I was really involved when I was in high school. Uh, but the
Yeah.
things that people say are not always what. I mean, here's why I tell people, especially when they say, well, the government said we are the government. If we vote who we put in there or don't vote because we don't vote against them or for them, then we have those choices being made for us. And then and a lot of times, I don't know. Sometimes I feel like corporations are running the place instead of the government.
Yeah, a lot of them are. But the problem is, it starts with the fact that this country wasn't supposed to have a ruling class. Well, that's what the political class thinks they are. And you look at people, and I'm gonna throw you under the bus since you're in California.
Okay.
You look at people like Maxine Waters
Hmm.
and Nancy Pelosi.
Uh-huh.
How are these people still in office?
For the same reason Trump is going to come back into office, and I'm a fear of that because as much as they vilify those people, I don't agree with everything Pelosi has done, but I also don't agree with Mitch McConnell, even the guy from Bakersfield
Mitch
McCarthy.
McConnell is a jackass.
No kidding.
He shouldn't be there either. But what I'm saying is they've been there. Anyone who's been in national political office for more than 20 years needs to get the fuck out.
Shoot, I was saying only 3 terms, 12 years, and that's it.
Oh, I don't even want 3 terms. I want 2 terms. 2 terms is good enough for the president. 2 terms should be good enough for everybody else.
Here's a better one. Even if they don't change that, no lobbyist can go into a capital office or send their candidate to a retreat, vacation, whatever. And the hush money, the dark money, that should be gone.
Well, I mean, it's
Dean, you know what I see basically now? It's not so much that it's Democratic or Republican anymore.
no.
What I see now is party first or agenda first. And now one side saying, hey, we can be bipartisan. And you said you were going to be bipartisan. And then they go back and say, well, you're not being bipartisan because we don't. It's like back and forth. I'm going, nothing's going to get done.
No,
And
well,
the reason why so many people came out, I mean, there are in my neighborhood, I mean, I wouldn't say we're upscale, but we're above medium income. And I've never seen usually before I would see, Reagan, signs up, or I'd see Carter or whoever was,
yeah, yeah.
even Clinton. This year, I didn't see anybody on the front line with a Trump or a Biden uh, poster in their front.
Well, see, and this is what scares me is unfortunately the generation after mine
Uh-huh.
um,
are very apathetic.
Yeah.
And then the other half of it is we have a very uninformed and uneducated electorate.
Okay, with one difference in the caveat, and that is that their news source is one-sided.
Well, I'm not even talking about news.
No, that's how they get information. I mean, if they rely on TikTok or they rely on,
Oh, well, yeah. I mean,
that's what I mean. That's what I mean. I mean, they're informed by not comparing. But it's like 1,800 newspapers we lost in the last 10 years.
yeah. Oh, yeah.
People don't read no more. People do not read no more.
Well, but that's what I'm saying. We have the internet too,
Right?
and
Well,
and that's what you see these politicians every time they're up for election saying the same shit. They
yeah.
get reelected, and they once again don't do their shit they said they were going to do.
Well, you know who? Oh, this is my regret of my lifetime, where I voted for a cross candidate. Since I'm Democrat, and I'm going to tell you, I've only voted that because that's the way I've been, doing it since I was 18 and doing any better. But I voted for Bush, the first one.
Yeah.
Read my lips. No new taxes.
And what did he do?
Raise taxes. Damn.
And
it was it wasn't just like $200. It wasn't even $500. It was $1,500 the following year.
Yeah. Now, see, and here's where I'm going to touch a nerve probably, but what did Trump say he was going to do that he didn't do?
Mexico pay for the wall.
Okay, but the wall isn't complete. You don't know, but see, that's the whole point. This is what I see. You're talking about you're a manager, you're a businessman. You understand that things aren't always someone hands you a check and you do it.
Right.
There's other things that happen that cause there to be money that changes hands without it being money changing hands. And he built the wall like he said he was going to. I don't know what his plan was to get Mexico to pay for it.
He didn't have one.
But I don't know. I have no idea. But
it's been. I mean, even the people in Texas were fighting against it because it was crossing their property.
Well,
and you know how Texans are about their property. Yeah. Their rights.
That's one of those things. Like I said, I'm a firm believer in the federal government's job is to protect its citizens. And I have no problem with anyone from any country in the world that wants to come live here, if they do it legally, like you would have to with any other country you want to go live in. And it's not Mexicans. I mean, a lot of them are, but I mean, it's other countries, people going into Mexico
like Norway and Sweden, like Trump said.
Well, but a lot of them get visas to come here, fly here, and then just stay here because they can afford to do so.
My cousin works in ICE, and he says that there's a problem at the border.
Yeah.
The biggest problem that's not noticed is through Canada and the ports to the United States.
Well, exactly.
You can come to the United States and outstay your visa. They're not looking for you.
That's where a lot of them come from. A lot of
it's like I told one of my friends in Canada, and she's really involved in, and I don't know why she's involved in American politics. I guess she likes more of the drama than Canadians have. But she said, she goes, why is it that we have more enforcement preventing Americans that we do? Because one of my next door neighbors got a DUI. He couldn't even cross the border with a DUI.
Yeah.
Okay. But at the border, we have to do more physical barriers. But yet in Canada, and this guy he's foreign born, and he had a DUI, and he couldn't cross because he said his family had to go to a family wedding, and he couldn't cross.
Yeah.
Why is it that we can't do the same thing, preventing people from coming in? And one of the things that I do notice that during the argument about the border crossing doing it legally, you can ask for asylum at the border, and that's a legal form. But they were taking them in and arresting them and then sending them back, and then that made them what do you call it, a strike against them from coming back for another 5 years or 10 years or whatever that rule is. But you know, I know that my cousin who works for ICE is our biggest problem is San Francisco and the airports. San Jose, LA, San Diego, Washington, Seattle airports, all the ones that come from the East Coast, from the West East countries coming to the West Coast, and then from Germany, you have people coming in.
Yeah.
But the thing is, it's funny because when I was a kid, I don't know if you know this, but I'm Mexican American, but I'm 4 generations American. And before that, before California was a state, my family was here.
Yeah.
And one of the things that I remember at 13, I'm sorry, not 13, 78. Oh, I was 19. I was working with my mom. And my mom had just turned as American citizen. My dad was born here, my grandfather, and my great-grandfather all lived in the United States since 1900.
Wow.
And before that, when Mexico got into fight with the United States and won because the war between Mexico and the United States, some of my family returned back to Mexico, which was on my side of the family.
Yeah.
The other side of the family stayed in California. And so they've been here since 1840s, maybe 1830s. And so when so we were working in the fields and I helped my mom pick grapes, I remember someone yelling, "Migra, la migra," and that means immigration's here. So everybody started taking off running, and we just kept on working. And my mom said, "No, keep working, keep working." So I kept working, and this cop walks up to me, and I was 13, I mean 19, and sassy, and he comes up to me and says, "Boy, why didn't you run?" I looked at him and says, "Boy, because you couldn't catch me." I got smart with him. And he said, "Let me see your papeles." I go, "You mean papeles? You mean my papers? I don't have papers. I have the laying trays for my grapes. I have those papers. Don't be cute, son. I want to see your immigration papers. I want your Mica, your green card." I said, "Well, if I have to have a green card, where's yours?" And he goes, "Why? I'm an American citizen." "So am I." No American carries an immigration card because they're American citizens. Duh. Yeah. So he put us in the car in handcuffs, my mom and I. Yeah. So that's my little history story there. But anyway, the trucks. The thing is, I told one of the ranchers, he says, if you didn't hire them, they wouldn't be here. If you want to arrest them for immigration violation, then I'll have you arrested for violating immigration laws for hiring illegals.
They should be.
Well, how do you know they're illegals? I said, I don't know how they are. I said, yeah, when you have 15 workers with the same social security number, isn't that kind of wrong? And then when I was working for stores, I had to do the I-9. I-9 is the form that tells you, do you have the right to work here? Are you a citizen? Do you have documentation?
Yeah.
Where do you live? Where's your driver's license? All that stuff, right? So to me, that was really hypocritical when they started, looking for me because I didn't look. One time I went to the border and I was going to San Diego and I was at San Ysidro and there was a checkpoint there. And the guy asked me in Spanish. I didn't answer him back. I looked at him strange. He says, "Do you speak English?" I said, "Yes." "Then why don't you answer?" He said, "Because you talk to me in Spanish." This is the double standard that I always file. I'm total American, but there's some things. Just like one time a cop told me, "Well, it's illegal to spit on the floor on the street." I said, "Yeah, but also, there's other laws that are kind of stupid that I don't obey, like you parking in a handicap zone, or you parking, because I know the cop here in town. I saw you park one time in the red zone when there was no emergency and you bought groceries. Should I tell you? Should I tell you, Captain, that?" Well, I mean, those are the kind of things that tell me. There's even a program because my grandfather on my mom's side during World War II, he was too old for the service, but my uncle, who was a legal alien, had to sign up for the draft. You can die for a country, but you can't live here legally.
Yeah, well, but that's the thing. So it's individual experiences that make this country what it is.
Uh-huh. But it's not accepted by all Americans
No,
because
but
my next door neighbor, his dad was from Italy, and his grandfather was from Italy, and he came through Ellis Island, and I did a little research on his family because their family's been here as long as my family's been in town, and I told him, I said, why is it? Well, we came legally. He said, no, you didn't. The papers that you served. I mean, do you know what the word? He's Italian, right? I said, do you know what the word "wop" came from? He goes, no. You should. Do Italians like to be called that word? Because I didn't like using it. He goes, well, yeah, it means a derogatory term towards Italians. But what does the word stand for? He goes, he didn't know. So I told him, without papers. Ta-da! And he was a staunch anti-immigration person. And when I told him that, he just changed his color and go, "Oh shoot!" But there was more of acceptability for a certain need, just like in the 1940s, where my uncle was with my grandfather working here in the valley, where they needed braceros, and that was a term that was used for a labor program that from 1940 to 1964, they actually had people come from other foreign countries, work on a certain work visa. They were monitored, they were housed, they had Social Security, they paid taxes, they were background checked. Everything was perfect. And then in 1964, the program ended, and I don't know why.
yeah,
I
well,
can't find any reasonable reason why.
they
And
still,
then,
but it's a different program.
well, no, there's no program now. It's illegal immigration that took place. That's I mean, if they wanted really wanted to monitor the people coming to this country,
The
then they should
problem,
enforce it
that's what
still.
I'm saying. You can get a work visa to come to the United States and work. You can get a visa to come to the United States to go to school. The problem is no one checks up, no
Right.
one
But
monitors.
then that means
all of those
government has
people.
to be involved in. And people don't want government; they want to pay for it. And
Well,
it's just like right
no
now.
one pay for it.
Well, it's like in Texas. I have a lot of my wife's family. They're Indians from Texas and they're Cherokee. They've been in Oklahoma, Texas area for at least 500, 600 years that I know of. But their Cherokees also ended up from Georgia and South Carolina. I mean, that's how
North,
long their family's been around.
North Carolina.
North Carolina, so I'm sorry, but it's Georgia, that area. And we've got letters written, that if they can prove that they own the land around Oklahoma City and Hidalgo County, shoot, they'd be billionaires. But anyway, that's another cause and case. But uh, a lot of the things that I see is that we don't enforce the laws that we have on the books anyway.
Well,
If
that's the
it's
problem.
not convenient, but then we don't want government involvement because that means it hurts the ranchers or the farmers or the corporations, the meat
But
plants, and
that to me is the biggest issue. Is what I hear a lot coming from the talking heads on TV
right.
is well, we need the people from Mexico. We need these people that are here illegally because Americans won't do their jobs.
No, they won't take the jobs they won't do.
But that's what they're saying. They're saying there are jobs that Americans won't do, and that's why they need these other people.
Well,
And
yeah, and also
trust
the pay
me,
because I remember getting paid uh, for each 40 pounds of grapes or uh, oh shoot, what was the price at the time when I was doing with my mom when I first started working. It was 2 cents a tray. 2 cents a tray, and there's 2,000 trays in a quarter mile vineyard.
Yeah.
I mean, and you couldn't do 2,000 in a day. I mean, if that was 2,000 a day and you made it, shoot, that was making $40 a day. That was better than minimum wage.
Yeah.
But
Well, no, but that's the whole point. That's how you know that the farmers and the corporations know that they're not paying citizens, because they'd have to pay the minimum wage. And if I guarantee you, if you stop providing,
the jobs,
no, you stop providing the resources not to work and have those jobs available, there would be people that would take those jobs to make money.
they don't do it now.
Well, that's what I'm saying. That's my point. My point is that it's not that the Americans won't do those jobs, it's that those jobs don't pay a minimum wage because they know that they're not using American workers. So they pay them.
But that's also avoiding minimum wage laws.
That's what I'm saying. That's it. That's what
illegal.
I'm saying.
That's illegal. So those ranchers should be arrested or fined.
Them hiring illegal immigrants to work their farms is illegal, and the farmers should be arrested and charged with that. So that's what I'm saying, is these large corporations and these large corporate farms know what they're doing, and it's the matter of
it's not just large corporate farms. I know local ranchers here, they don't pay the minimum.
Because they do the same thing, but on a grand scale, the corporate ones do it much more. I mean, it's a much bigger. You'd have to go all the way. You know, if you have the bigger companies being held responsible to do the right thing, then the little people would learn that they have to do it too, because they would start being come after if not. But my point is, there's so many people in this country that can work that don't, because they don't have to. And I mean, when I was 15, I was working in a warehouse. When I was 16, I was working construction. So, this whole idea that people won't do the jobs that are available. I've worked with, I've been the manager in a housekeeping department where 50% are Haitians who come and go because half of them work about a week, and then their I-9 comes back that they're not legal, and they have to stop. But guess what? The other 50% are Americans who are here legally and want to work. So, that's just that whole idea that the reason that we need all the illegal immigrants in the country is because Americans won't do the jobs that are available is ridiculous.
This sounds a Comedy Central kind of idea, but do you know that Stephen Colbert, the guy who does that talk show, he came to the Valley here, and he called up one of the farm workers union, and he said he wanted to work here. And he said, "But you're a white guy." "Well, I want to work." I said, "Okay. How many? I can bring some more people with me. How many more you need to help fill your quotas for labor?" And he said, "Oh, we need 350,000 people just in California alone." 350,000. So he went out to work. He put on the wrong thing to wear. He wore overalls and he wore a flannel shirt in the Central Valley. And they look at him and said, "Are you sure you want to wear that? Because you didn't get pretty hot." And I said, "Where's your hat?" "Oh, you need a hat to work?" I said, "Well, the sun's 100 degrees here at 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Yeah, I think you better wear one." Well, he went out there to do the work, and they were paying. They were doing tomatoes by the bucket, and they pay 50 cents for a 40-pound bucket. And at 40 cents, and you had to make sure you cleaned your row. And by the end of the hour, he quit. Oh my gosh! And I told my grandkids that if they ever complain about doing their chores around the house, I said I'd take them out to the fields. I have friends of mine that do that all the time. We take our kids out and tell them, see, because I worked in the fields from the time I was 5. I was picking cotton. In those days, there was no machines. They were too expensive to buy. And a lot of the cotton farmers around this area was always hiring people to pick, and they always hired children. And then the law changed that you couldn't hire 14-year-olds under
Yeah.
working in the fields, which my dad swore up and down that was the worst thing you could ever done to the American public. That it'd make them lazy, and that they wouldn't have incentives, that they wouldn't have no work ethic. I mean, he rallied about it, And I said, "Oh, come on, Dad. They're all gonna want to work. I mean, all my friends want to work." And but sure enough, my dad was. I wouldn't say it was legal for what he was saying, because child labor laws. I remember reading The Jungle, way back in Upton Sinclair's books, and about poverty and meat packing business and children working, and back in the 1900s and 1910s, how detrimental it was to the kids' education, and it kept them in poverty and all these conditions. And that's what I was reading, and I was telling my dad all this stuff. He said, "I don't believe that. That's that." And now we're finding out that education is important to keep the middle class going. And a lot of kids are dropping out like crazy. I mean, my niece, she's a doctor right now, but in her class, out of 2,000 kids in her freshman class, only 376 kids graduated. The rest of them dropped out.
That's insane.
Yeah, well, it's changed now. I mean, it's improving, but the quality of the student, as much as everything else, is that when I was a kid, I used to go to an Italian restaurant, and there were Italians really working in the back because I knew the family, right? Now I go to the same restaurant, and now hey, there's Chewy and there's Jesus, and they're the ones now, the cooks in the back. The waitresses are all Latina. I mean, what's going on here? We're changing places, And the worst, the other thing too is that we used to be, when I used to talk to people in England, coins. What's his name? Dale from the what's his town? Well, anyway, and a few other people says, "What's going on with you people in the United States? You guys are going crazy over there." I says, "I don't know. It's in a process right now. We got to do something."
Yeah, I mean, we'll still be talking about
you got that Marjorie Green and that Mo Hawley, and then you got McCarthy, and then you got Cheney, who's fighting against the rest of them, and then Mitt Romney, and I mean, even there's even this division in there. I mean, I don't know. This is, and then I know McCarthy wants to be majority leader when the Republicans are back in power. Well, how that's going to go? Jeez.
That's what keeps us moving. Is every 2 years, the people that it's and that's what amazes me is you look at Obama, and he had 2 years of the Senate and the House, and what did he get done? The Health Care Act. Then you had Trump, 2 years, Senate and the House. What did he get done? The wall and the tax cuts.
Didn't help me any.
Yeah. It helped a lot of people.
Not in California.
Well, but that's not Whose fault's that?
Hey, when you have a president who's a movie actor that has Bonzo the Chimp as one of his co-stars, that was pretty scary.
Yeah, well, when you have a peanut farmer as your president, that's not.
Well, when you have father and son who lied, Bush. I mean, there's comparisons and everything. But the funny thing is, it seems like it's the voting concentration is on the East Coast rather than as a whole nation. I mean, we're out here in California, and you think that California is so liberal. Live in the valley. I mean, this is here in the valley is red, totally red. It would make some of the Texas look like purple.
Yeah, but you've got the big cities that have the population that turn the state blue.
Oh, that's only 55 votes in electoral vote. I mean, but the population didn't really count because Trump didn't win California. He lost by 3 million.
Yeah, but like I said, it's because the majority of the population in California lives in the larger cities, and they tend to be the liberals.
Yeah, but they don't. But the presidential candidates, both Republican and Democrat, do not campaign here except for once or twice. Most of the population in the United States is east of the Mississippi, and you're looking at Michigan, Wisconsin, you're looking at Iowa, Indiana, looking at the southern states of Texas, Louisiana, Alabama, Georgia, Florida, North Carolina, New York. I mean, New York is probably the only one that out of that, and then you got the New England states are more independent, but the majority of the population in voting consistently has been east of the Mississippi.
Yeah, but again, centered around the larger urban areas.
Right, which is mostly Republican. And you got to remember, when you have to prove like the poll tax, like the old days, and sometimes the voting rights here are like the Citizens United. To me, didn't make any sense that a company can vote with their money, but the unions can't use their money to support candidates. Corporations can. There seems to be a double standard there. But in my opinion, I mean, I'm no genius, and I'm only observing comparisons, apples to apples, when I can.
Yeah, well, my thoughts on unions are a whole different night.
Well, tell me, when you have large corporations paying zero, that to me tells me more than how
But
you.
that's the
I mean, I
government.
can tell you back in the '70s when you had Jimmy Hoffa and the Teamsters, you're right. But who took over that? Once the power of the unions went away, the corporations took over. I mean, antitrust. What happened to the Sherman Antitrust Act? You ever heard of Orchard Supply here in California?
No,
Orchard Supply is like between a Maynard's. Is that what you guys have there? Maynard's and Home Depot?
Home Depot and Lowe's here.
Yeah, okay.
Maynard is more of a little bit west and north.
Okay. So it's a very neighborhood type of store like Home Depot, but a smaller scale. And they were bought out to eliminate competition in California. And there was a lawsuit in California, if I remember correctly, that it was an antitrust. Well, it wasn't even heard of. It wasn't even heard in court. And a lot of people said, well, that's like all these companies buying their competition out, so there won't be competition. And I see corporations being more manipulative because when you see Jeff Bezos making $60 billion and doesn't pay any taxes.
He pays taxes.
Oh, yeah. But the net is that his return is zero. He pays taxes, all right. But if anybody can do that, you can do it in your own taxes. You can make as much deductions that you can prove or say that you did, and you can document it. You can pay zero. You pay taxes, but you don't pay anything in the return, in the net.
Well, yeah, they do, but it's all offset. Now, who is it that decides what offsets there are and what deductions you can take?
The IRS.
No,
Who?
the Senate and the House.
Oh yeah, that's why.
They pass
Um,
tax laws.
right.
So that was this whole thing. The whole thing with Trump doesn't pay taxes. Yeah, he
Oh,
does.
no, he does.
He pays lots of
But
taxes, and any
but that's why he's fighting not to have. Oh no, I'm sorry. Take it back. He lost with the Supreme Court with three of his own picked people that he has to give up his tax
well,
return.
that's yeah, but that's for a difference. That's in that Southern District of New York.
Oh yeah, the criminal complaint. Yeah.
Yeah, it has nothing to do with his actual taxes. But again, the point is he released his taxes from that 1 year, and he paid taxes. And
$700.
Okay, I get money back from the government every year.
I don't get back. I paid into it.
Well, then you have a hell of a lot more money than me.
Well, I'm working. And that's the only thing that makes a difference.
No,
Like I said, my house is paid off, and I have no deductions really because I have no dependents anymore.
yeah,
That's a big one.
well, I don't make enough money to even do deductions. I take the standard deduction every year now,
Ah,
and that's with my wife working and me getting disability.
wow.
So the
There
amount
seems
of
to be, to me, if I paid zero taxes because I paid enough taxes into a set amount, because right now the biggest thing that I've noticed over the years since I've been okay, on Prop 13 in California said that our houses are getting so expensive that they were taxing us on the price of the inflation of house growth and price.
yeah.
So it got so astronomical that people said, no, this we can't keep paying because the house value goes up. And it's not money that we have in our physical hand. It's only when we sell it. And that's in the future. So why are we paying more taxes on fictitious money? This is when I was 16 years old. But one of the arguments is that we won't have fire protection, we won't have police protection, we won't have forestry protection, we won't have social services, a lot of things that came up that was against 13. And what happened was, I remember one of my cousins was a fire captain here in town, and he said, "Well, if you guys vote for this, you guys' insurance premiums will go up because there's no fire protection in town because they won't pay us because that's where we get our revenue from. That's where we get paid." And sure enough, as the years go by, our fire department got disbanded. It had to go to California forestry, and all the guys that had vested their years lost their pensions that were up to vested areas. And even then, when I knew that was wrong to vote for it, I told my dad, "Dad, don't vote for it." And I said, "What do you know?" I said, "Well, from what I listen to these guys, looks like we're going to lose a lot more than we're going to gain." And sure enough, our PD went to like 5 guys. All our fire department got turned over to the state because we didn't have any fire protection. So they made a contract with the city that fire protection would be done with California Forestry. And a few other things that I can't remember right at the moment, but there's like it's like cutting off your nose to spite your face. Sometimes what it feels like.
Well, but you also have to look at the big picture.
Well, that was the big picture.
No, that's
What part?
that's a small part of the picture because you got to look. I live in a state where I have property taxes,
And
we have sales taxes.
mm-hmm.
We don't have income tax.
We do.
I know, and we're able to afford those things. So, what is it about California that you have higher taxes than we do,
Mm-hmm.
and yet you can't pay for those things?
No, we were taking the given to pay for them. Remember, the law retreated the amount of money paid into the value of the house. So we were willing to pay it, but other people with larger houses who would have paid more of the larger amount of the taxes didn't want to pay it. They wanted to pay it as, what was it, 1% of the value of the house instead of the whatever it was at the time rate. It's been what, since 74 when it changed, 73 or 74. And when that was cut out, where the people who were paying the majority of the taxes and the people at the bottom were paying the same amount as the people who had like $1 million homes, yeah, there's a shortfall.
Yeah, well, but again, it's because, I mean, what's your sales tax rate where you live?
8%.
Okay, see, ours is 7.5, and I live in a very rural county,
Same here.
and it's only really got one large city. It's got 3 or 4 small cities,
Hmm.
and then it's just drive-throughs.
What's a drive-through?
The one stoplight town.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay.
They call themselves the town of this or the town of that, but
Oh, okay.
it's but it's just like I said, there have to be, no, like I said, I don't know anything about what you're talking about, the Proposition 13 or whatever it was.
Right.
But yeah, so I mean, but the problem is that had to be voted on, correct?
Right.
So why did the people with the smaller houses vote for it?
No, they didn't. The majority of the people that did a study on this, and the majority of the people that voted for it and pushed for it, and besides, you remember, a lot of people don't vote, especially people of means. They vote. People that are objective is not their own and not in general. Um, and I would say that the people who voted for are the people that had more means, who would benefit the most. The people who don't vote, either they're not informed, they don't care, or they're ignored, or it's not pronounced in their understanding of what happens. Because that's what happens in politics generally. Because the midterms, no one votes. Only people vote for presidential, the majority. The 2018, that was a turnout that was unexpected, that people weren't voting. I had a political science teacher one time tell me, if you let people vote who want to vote, they'll win all the time. And the people that don't care, or they say their vote don't count, won't vote. And they market it so they know in areas where they can push it and appeal to certain people and not promote it in other areas. Because the
Well, of
people
course.
who are against a proposition, they don't have the money to go against it. And they thought, and sometimes, to tell you the truth, a lot of propositions in a lot of different states, and not that I'm aware of every one of them or majority, but I get the feeling that what happens in California happens everywhere else. People do not understand and read and know what they're voting for.
That was my point a while ago, and that's
Right.
what I think is that uneducated, uninformed voter, because even the ones that vote show up, have no idea what Prop 13 is. They read what's actually on the ballot, which usually points it to a positive outcome.
Right.
And you go, sure, yeah.
Yeah. Just like slavery, in the scripture said that slavery was a moral and ethical thing to have. I mean, the laws in California is the same way, probably in other states too, where they say certain things to make it sound positive, but is it really? And no one questions it, really. They just go by party lines sometimes, both Democratic, Independent, and Republican, probably. I'm not even sure anymore, because people are so
Well,
finicky.
but
And the thing is, I really appreciate people talking about it, without getting angry and pointing fingers. And I
well,
mean,
correct.
and that's what that gets me with and not Republicans, because Democrats said they're stupid, or because Republicans say, oh, Democrats do it just because they just want to whatever they say is no. Give me some facts. I mean, if you can prove to me that whatever your stance is provable, and I don't have a counter, at least listen. At least listen.
But see, that's that's a learned skill that 99% of this country doesn't have, is the ability to listen.
Well, as a teacher, you have to listen. I mean,
Yeah,
you should hear some of the outrageous things I've heard.
well, I'm sure. I'm sure. But it's see, I'm coming more and more to the conclusion the whole label of Democrat and Republican doesn't fit anymore.
No.
Um, you know,
Especially that Majorie Green. Oh my goodness.
well, she's a wacko. But
But
she's
you don't
doing
have.
what AOC does,
Hey,
just the other way.
Dee, tell me, she's from your neck of the woods. Well, she's probably northern of you, but was she Kentucky or somewhere around there?
Um, yeah, Kentucky, Tennessee, something like that, I think.
Yeah, okay. So, and I don't put an accent as people's intelligence level. I never done that, because I've heard some very smart people with very good accents or good, very speech patterns, and they say some of the dumbest things I've ever heard in my life. But that's my opinion, only to the situations of that person only. Okay, but in general, when you say that Chinese people were using laser beams to start fires in California, wow.
Yeah, but no, see, now you're gonna bring up our next subject of conversation.
Which is
when you say that it's because the Earth is warming up that there's fires in California.
Well, actually, the reason I say it is because we've had a drought for the last 6 years. We've had a huge beetle infestation of our forestries, and because of the dry tender conditions, and because PG&E also wasn't doing their maintenance, and also because of the U.S. pipeline, which is a federal mandate that California has its own a U.S. pipeline for gas and natural gas, gasoline, and oil transportation through the pipes.
Yeah.
They killed 8 people in San Bruno. They're in a lawsuit right now because they found out they were falsifying a lot of the paperwork that said that they were maintaining, replacing, repairing, and all that stuff. Well, that's why PG&E is under investigation for those 8 people who died in their homes in San Bruno because they weren't following federal mandated. Oh my gosh, mandated regulations and rules.
Yeah, well,
They're not admitting to any guilt because they said they didn't do anything wrong. But yet the people that signed off on the paperwork, PG&E fired them, but they won't take responsibility as a company.
Well, like I said, I lived in North Carolina. I've been a outdoorsy type person most of my life, and I can tell you, even in Florida, you have controlled burns to get rid of that tinder, especially during a drought.
Yeah, but not when half the trees are dead. I mean, you can cut them out.
Then you just cut them out. Yeah, you take them out.
Yeah, but you know how expensive it is to helicopter them out because there's not enough roads or they couldn't. It was too expensive to put roads in to get to the place. Right here, right above my house. Let's see, about 40 miles from here, my next door neighbor owns a cabin. You know how many trees he hasn't knocked down, but he can't burn it. He can't sell it because the transportation to excavate it to get them out and transport it was more than the cost of the lumber. And right now, lumber's double the price in California, and he still can't make money. And he's got like 10 acres. He's got over, I don't know. I don't know if he's exaggerating, but he said I had 5,000 trees on the ground because he had to cut them down because he didn't want to have lightning hit him.
Yeah.
So I don't know what the solution is. I mean, there's all these things that we can do.
It's not the trees that cause the massive burns. It's the undergrowth that is left to grow as much as it can, and then it gets dry. That's what causes the spread. If it was just in the trees, it wouldn't go that far.
Well, the thing is also we don't have the fungus or the moss or the humidity or the moisture to decay them. We don't have the rain anymore like we used to.
Well, like I said,
So that's part of the process.
yeah, but that's again, that's that's the state not getting involved into something they need to be involved in, and again, can't afford it. Well, maybe there's some other things you shouldn't be doing that you could take the money from to be able to afford it, so that you don't have the massive
No,
fires.
no, I'm talking about private lands. I mean, PG&E owns a lot of the private land.
Yeah, well, yeah, I mean, but see, that's the thing, that if it's private land, then it's their responsibility.
8 people died because it was their responsibility to keep an eye on their pipelines, and 8 people died in their own homes.
And they didn't do it.
Right. What about those places? Oh, that reminds me. Did you ever find out what happened to those homes back east? And I'm not sure what cities, but houses blow up because the gas line blew up.
Oh,
The
that
house.
happens every once in a while. I don't know. I don't know specifically what you're talking about, but you hear about that a couple times a year. There's somebody's.
That's pretty scary.
Well, again, it's people not taking care of stuff, or somebody leaves their house and the pilot goes out on the stove.
Or the gas leak from the main line, it's utility going to the house and blows. That's one of the houses that killed two women.
Yeah.
Even right now, we're having problems. Our city just south of here, their water wasn't maintained by the city or the state, and the water was being diverted for agricultural purposes.
Oh,
And they went through court to change the water, and the whole town went dry.
see, that's
Well, that was all legally done. It was all by courts. And the corporation that was banking the water, which was okay in California, they call banking the water, which we have these underground reservoirs underwater,
yeah,
under the ground,
yeah.
and they were filling them up instead of diverting it to the people. Well, when their wells went dry, they proved that the water was being diverted, but because they were covered by a California court injunction, they lost their case. So they have to spend $1 million for a town that's only got 500 people in it to get water.
It's insane.
But it was the fault of a company. It is insane. It's like that Erin Brockovich movie. You ever see that?
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, she lives in the next town.
There
And
you
she's
go.
always fighting. She's always fighting them. She's always fighting them.
Yeah. Yeah.
Dude, it's 4 o'clock it's 5 o'clock in the morning over there. You're not even tired?
Yeah. No, it's getting to be bedtime.
Well, I'm glad I'm able to talk to you about different subjects. 'Cause there's a lot of people that, ooh,
Yeah. Well, like I said, I'm a very, let's see how I can put it, a very independent conservative.
and I'm a conservative, but with reason. And the reason I say that is because if you tell me the sky is blue, and I look at it, I agree with you. But if I see red, orange, and a blue sky, and the person says, I only see blue. That's not a good answer.
Well, like I said, I'm to the point. It's not just Democrat and Republican anymore. The both parties have about 3 factions in them that are pulling.
Yeah, but I was kind of more relying on the Republicans being more centrist, and now they're having the QAnon, and they're having what they say they're real Republicans, and then you have McCarthy ones.
Yeah, well, no. See, this is, like I said, that's my whole point, that it's not a matter of Republicans and Democrats anymore.
Right.
It's like, I look at Democrats, and true liberals, historical liberals are what I think of as Democrats, and I don't see a lot of that in the party anymore. I see a lot more, much further left.
A question was asked to a supporter of Trump, and they were talking about AOC and Alexandra Ocasio-Cortez,
Yeah.
and they said, "Well, she's a socialist, a progressive communist." And I said, "Really? Hmm. If I go south of the border, that's a socialist country. When I go to Canada, it's a socialist country. If I go to England, it's a socialist country. Now, are you using the word socialist for communism, or using socialism for progressive programs like FDR when he did Social Security, or when he took gold out of our monetary system, or Nixon when he did the same thing for silver, or uh, what part of that word makes it sound that's anti-American?" And that's only from my observance, because I remember my great grandparents used to say when they got old, they had to live with somebody because there was no pension. There was no, if they didn't save their money, as a savings account, they could live for the rest of their lives. They didn't have squat. The Veterans GI Bill, I mean, that's a socialist program because it paid for men who came from the service and women. And my dad got a CPA job uh, from the GI Bill being an accountant. And so all those things is I want to know when does it become socialist equals progressive, communistic, or anti-American?
No,
And
well,
I
but
haven't really found anybody to tell me what is the difference, because if a person is taking Social Security, that's socialism.
yeah, well,
Because in Mexico, where my mom's family is from, that's a socialist country. There's no compulsory education until the sixth grade. There is no retirement fund. There is no uh, pension from the government. There's no the rich is well over there. The rich is there's a saying in Mexico: "Rich is rich and the poor is poor." There's no in between.
well, but see, the issue is people don't understand what the word socialism means, because socialism is the major ideology. It's the breakdown of the ideologies underneath it that cause the problems. We
See,
are
and
in,
I feel that's a turn in terminology, because I've heard socialism as social activities, social, Democrats. I've heard of social Republicans, and I've heard of communism being a very distinct uh, method of ideology and belief.
yeah. Well, the socialism, sociology. Socialism has two daughters, and that's um, fascism and communism. They're both socialist dogmas, and
So it's democracy.
no, no, it's
It's
not.
so it's a social form of government.
No, no, but see, we're not a democracy.
No, we're a republic,
We're a constitutional republic,
which we
and
don't follow.
huh?
And it depends on who you follow it. I mean, believe me, I've heard some arguments about people saying that. Uh, okay, here's an example. A friend of mine who's Mexican American, his family's been in the United States. I don't know, since before my family was here, I guess. But he was an ex-military career officer, police department, still reservist, and he went to a state where it was open carry. You know what was the difference between him carrying an open carry state like Missouri and the person next to him? Because he was from California. That was, I mean, this, to me, that was like a social issue too. But I understand what you're saying. I know what you're saying is that part of the reason I think socialism is given a bad word is because the word associated with communism and Marxism and Leninism and Taoism
Well,
and
but see, that's what I'm saying. So that those are socialist. That's where communism came from. Was Marx
right.
taking the socialists, taking socialism, and making it
So
into communism?
so
Just
so
like,
no one should be so no one should be taking anything that has the word social in it, like Social Security.
No, Social Security that has nothing to do with socialism.
No,
It is
that's
a
the premise.
socialist. It is a socialist program, but again, we are a constitutional republic. So when
That's
the
what I mean.
Constitution
If the program
allows laws, it doesn't matter whether it's a socialist law or not. But when you look, like your example of AOC, you look at her Green New Deal. That is a communist program.
Mm-hmm.
That is the state taking over and mandating things that take away our liberty.
Okay, like voting rights.
That is a communist ideology, not
Well,
socialism.
Okay, but then if we use the same premise, taking away our rights, then why are we going to restrictive? Any for one area of my concern, if that's not a socialist program, and then if anything that's rights that are taken away by socialism, wouldn't that be the same thing as our voting rights? Because I've had people tell me it's harder for them in other states that have restricted voting because voting by mail is illegal in some people's views, and that's a socialist program.
No, voting is our right.
No, by
Voting
mail.
by mail isn't secure. What other country votes by mail?
England, our military overseas.
No,
our military votes overseas, and
you can request an absentee ballot if you're not going to be in the country. You can request an absentee ballot if you're in the country and aren't going to be able to make it to vote. But sending out ballots to everyone is nothing but a step in the direction of losing any security and integrity in the election.
Okay, have they found any voter fraud in mass scale in the United States?
How much is mass?
100,000. Oh, I'll give an exact number. Trump said 77,780.
Yeah, that was people that. How about the 200,000 in Pennsylvania that voted that aren't alive or aren't registered to vote in Pennsylvania?
And how's that?
That happened.
I know, but what reasons did it happen?
Because mailing ballots. Because people were receiving 3 or 4 ballots at their house under other people's names because the voter rolls weren't corrected.
And did you know that the state Supreme Court of Pennsylvania threw that argument out as
no, they never heard the argument.
That's because they said it wasn't in good standing.
No, well, they said they didn't have standing because it was too late.
No,
so that's the thing. All these court cases never got heard.
What about the U.S. Supreme Court?
The courts threw them all out. The Supreme Court is not doing their job by not hearing any of them.
But Trump appointed them.
Trump appointed 2 of them.
3.
So
yeah, see this is where I get, a lot of people, they all state fact, but it just seems like there's a slim alteration between, what's correct. You're correct, I'm correct, but what is that? Well, it's like it's Giuliani.
This is my point. If one vote is illegal, that's too many. That's my idea of how an election should be run.
Okay, then my premise is on the backside. Every person should be able to vote in person. You agree with that?
Right.
Then in Texas, which restricted voting, and you know how big Texas is, 1 voting place per county. Where before there was a voting place for each city in Texas. Why would you restrict voting in person in mass, and then you can only go to the county seat, which some places you could not drive within an hour or two to get there. If that's the only state, Georgia is right now trying to change the voting rights or the voting rules in a state election or county or city or whatever. I didn't get. I just barely caught it this morning before I started helping my son move. But they were changing it to be more restrictive in how to vote, where to vote, and how many places vote. So if they want us to vote in person, then why take us the opportunity? And then also here in town, in my state of California, we went from 18 voting places, and one was right behind my house, not even a block away. And now the only way you can vote is either by mail-in or at the county court's office, which is about 5 miles from here, which is no big deal. I can drive. But I had a neighbor, she was in her 80s. She doesn't drive anymore. She wanted to vote. So she called me up and asked me if I could take her. I said, sure. Whoops. Did you leave me? I guess so.
Yep, it was good talking to you guys. I think it's probably my bedtime now that it's tomorrow morning. But we'll do this again soon, guys. It's good talking to you, Hector. Good seeing you, Roadrunner. And you guys all have a great day. And be good or don't get caught. I'm waiting for somebody else to get here. I have Spectrum, and they are horrible. And we have Verizon actually been putting fiber optics in, so I'm hoping they'll be available soon. But Spectrum does stuff like this all the time. We have horrible problems with them. And but we also, they have the monopoly right here, right now. Yeah, good stuff. Hopefully that's going to help this not to happen so often. But all right, guys, I'm heading to bed. Have a good day. Good night. And we'll do this again soon. Peace out.